Um arrombado gastou dinheiro à toa, mas eu agradeço pra caralho.
Gastou dinheiro à toa. Valeu, Gui. Não, caralho, 31. 3 anos. Queria ver se dava tempo de ir lá no mercado, mas tô fazendo uns testes aqui. É muito demorado essa porra pra ter. Ah, nem vou. E o que pro delivery? Quero, Hatch. Travando tanto. Olha isso. Ô, bosta! Para de travar! Não. Caralho, para de travar, merda! Aí pode ser VPN. Não, não é a VPN. Último teste. Se eu não rodar, acorda. E aí, Price? Eu joguei Terraria foi quando? Segunda? Tem que ver se eu termino antes de sexta, né? Sexta que vem, né? Problema. Ai. esse negócio. Não, não é isso que tá fudendo. Filha da puta. Caralho, para de travar, merda. Olha só, as lives estão travando.
Tirando os arautos, acaba sendo o Mephisto. Não, o item é o mesmo. O que acontece é, pra você dropar o item... Nossa, tá muito...
Levando em consideração que o tempo é uma estaca, sentar no tempo pode haver consequências, grandes consequências.
É só a merda da live do PoE que tá travando pra mim. Mano. Filha da puta. Eles não fazem transmissão em outro lugar. Cornos. vai tomar no cu. Falcão tá estourando e falta 48. Durou quase nada.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Mata ao contrário.
An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Seconder. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile Game Director Mark, as well as Game Designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means.
Oh no.
The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Afarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so. These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area, and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example. That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
Só pode uma. Ok.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarud may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again, legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of league mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again,
Qual é essa merda?
or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Calgurn ore recreated in a Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Calgurn friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarud enemies, infested with blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Chord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing. As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Upper Rood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Upper Rood to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Upper Rood for too long though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items, yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills, some holy skills. In 328 you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class. We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astromentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame.
With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story, how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane.
27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions.
We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go. That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice. This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favorite maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all the content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete all of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss, or a blighted region, which adds a blighting counter. Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system, while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them
Por
to
que
the
não
map device
desteste,
in the right
caralho?
spot.
Por que faz as coisas pela metade?
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 328. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills, and no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Parts Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raiding attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frostmage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls and hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps.
A melhor breach.
The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or high fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent waves.
Merda.
Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering
Que
skill,
bosta, que ninguém usava.
and the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer, from the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and
Não, essa é
setting
do
them as a
caralho.
favorite trade.
Essa você pode
Favorite trades will appear
deixar
by default
favoritado,
on opening
você
the
acaba
currency
se perdendo
exchange, and will
por essa
still
merda.
auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
Ah, isso é bom também.
Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant
Pô, pra
item.
fazer uns gamba vai ser legal
If you
isso.
then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
É bom.
The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in
Isso
an
também é
area,
bom.
and all
Mas tipo,
rituals
quase
are
nunca
complete,
perdi a ritual por
and a
esquecer.
pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Cartery Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom unique finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while travelling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous
Tem uma
scholar.
armadura feia.
Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge. They also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make
Tá,
a
o
quick
portal é
retreat through.
bonito. A única
A
coisa
supreme
bonita mesmo
catalogue
desse
of
set.
knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves.
Puta,
The
tem-
Titan Apex Hideout features a
Hideout,
colossal
essa merda.
Titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert.
Porra.
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features
Sim, também.
stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect.
Ok.
These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for
Tá,
would-be
gostei desse
intruders.
portal.
This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to
gato feio.
mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing is depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with ZDD. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
back as you get here, joined by game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian to do our Q&A post-live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We'll see. Especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
A lot to do for everybody.
Yeah. That's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time. And
Agora eu acho que tá duplicado.
Today, Octavian.
Nossa, não tem o Jonathan. Eu até vi isso aqui.
No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE1 and PoE2 have become a little bit more distinctly
É
split.
sobre isso, gastar dinheiro com o joguinho? Quer dizer que eu vou ganhar um
Still some people who jump back and forth,
quarterback
but
still?
myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a public zone one, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continuous development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for people.
também peguei o meu.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. And there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do
Pô, se é só esse mês que eu vou fazer um trabalho mal feito.
Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future, we're thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch. But we'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and
Quem que é esse maluco?
pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just let me do it. And so here's where we are, and it's this real awesome story where
Sacaninha, a
now,
Luca falar que sim.
Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started growing gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before, because the game was
Nós
new,
falaram que eu quero
right?
uma
And so
pizza,
they're developing it,
porque toda vez que eu como alguma coisinha de fora, elas ganham um petisco.
With Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point, and so a lot of what Octavian
Mas nem de brincadeira.
story I got, and obviously I'm all for that,
Eu
because
preciso
I'm
pagar
happy about it and I love my job, and
a
so
caixa.
I'm seeing this happen again, it's exciting.
Qualquer dinheiro que entrar na live é pra pagar a prestação da
Makes
caixa.
things easier for me, I'm way less stressed about it and way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win, and first time Octavian here.
Eu vou conseguir
doing
pagar
this,
pelo
you'll see a
menos
lot
uma
more
quando eu
of them, I'm sure,
receber.
unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. For if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. And good. It's good, and obviously. Keen to talk
Eu
about
até
it,
tava
and
pensando em
some
pagar
questions
todo um
and,
salário, mas passar 8 meses do jeito que eu
hopefully
passei esse é foda.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Esse foi
good
foda.
content.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
Yeah, killing tier 17s, or champion. Always everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that same journey as well. And Andrew too as well, right? It's players become QA, become game designers, become producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. That's the game
Vou
is in the
ficar
hands of the players, right?
Tô trabalhando agora, não vou ficar pedindo não, já não pedia direito
I
antes.
still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game, for when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it?
Cara, eu só
No.
arrumei a cadeira
No,
porque o Gui
has not yet happened.
me ajudou a consertar a merda que eu fiz.
First, I think we definitely need to talk about.
Porque eu fui receber o reembolso da peça que eu comprei errada ontem. Isso aqui é do reembolso.
Ground loot is hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some
E o que eu ia
direction
comprar no
or
mercado hoje
I
também.
remember like as far back as like I was trying to find where for me the idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where all of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that. Just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight away, which is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. That being
Só
said,
para de gastar dinheiro à toa
better mid-league, right? That's
Torchlight Infinity. Filha da puta,
But,
como gasta dinheiro com uma bosta num jogo desse?
If you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is.
Kickstarter de jogo que não vai jogar porque não tem amigo.
And I mean, the audience at whole is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is
from core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. Yes, and just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally. What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on
Você vai fazer um setup de um jogo tabletop pra jogar sozinho?
The equipment.
Nunca. Talvez você vai jogar uma vez quando chegar e vai deixar no armário.
That system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh yeah, that's already been done.
There you go. Nice. Sweet. We did a lot of this yesterday.
So base-type biasing.
It has yes. So it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, some people might want like a group or something instead.
Sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, that's the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? We're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately, obviously, forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously, by endgame, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, that's the immediate step that we're taking.
Mm-hmm.
It's always going to be, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are
Tô na porra do Chrome que não tem
bunch of
mais
these
script.
leaks aren't worth doing because the window look happens to suck from them or something, These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation. And, the important thing is it's just there's a problem, fix the problem, Don't freaking... The thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, I agree. We're doing what we can now. Hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. Just keep telling us about it, you know what I mean? But for now, we're going to be doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to... the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. We'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
I'll tell you, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of in a way. When Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool.
Outra
We're
mega
not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places.
acumulou em 120 milhões, hein?
Basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor, it's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so once upon a time we had this massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were crazy. It was this is a 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, "I'm doubling your pay this week." Double nothing's nothing. Do you think doubling currency is something that has a pretty appreciable impact on a map to map basis? When a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments in a
Sai com
scarab?
saco.
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, it's definitely. I agree. It's definitely different to a 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever has happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. I appreciate that a lot of people are there's that juice up here, and there's that here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that you should be able to just go and clear the map and come out with more, and I generally agree with that. I would say that the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that, and so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga-juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, It's scary, for sure. So even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. I'm like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league, again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. If all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one.
Yeah, sure.
Like a good old
Sure.
one to
For sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, the Arc and Go players, like a sort of situation where they can get two cars to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content about the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding. That was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere. And maybe that we lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of grey area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like...
We do,
make
100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder, some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where, like, we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
This is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keyword-fied, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them, yes.
We do have that as a concept, yeah. It's not used super frequently, but there's a few places.
You also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, So again, a little bit of a fine balance, because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden It's like, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If I was in now, Mirage would work really well with it. You're duplicating all those scaled-up, like, naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well. Like, non-like loot tile, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like, we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and so we'll just keep doing it. But it's exciting. It's now is the time. I really love these conversations at this point because now is the time when, like, we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully, people know that by now we stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff. And right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like, usually it's like, okay, what's the next league like?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yeah, so you guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk right now. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring it up.
But now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready, but my question's ready for that topic. But wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic, that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters and it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually probably random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tile mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's, I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency or they all got changed into maps or some weird other thing.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like, because that was another, there's so many axes here. But we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments. Yeah. Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy. And that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least, we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. That's what I mean, too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set, and like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tanks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it.
You want a thing where there's like 50 tanks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Like, yeah, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite, like,
10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right? Yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion.
Yeah,
explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly. Like the weird drops like that.
In theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct pools on each. Who knows? But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss, and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's King's March is a big kind of grouping of the same issue there, where it's the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers. And those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this is something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense. That I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that. But I think over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly. Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's a pretty subtle thing, but actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different leagues, but
enemies than the actual boss, and then it's dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like it's certain events like the point of the boss and
it does for sure. We're not doing anything about it right now that I'm aware of.
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from Killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. And I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why the boss doesn't just drop the keys?
Shut the fuck up,
or something? Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliability key or shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some? I
feel like it.
Oh yeah.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses drop their own keys for their own uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
I guess
I could just be tripping.
Well, Voldemorts do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again, because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like, I thought we had solved this in the past, but like, fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was looking
changes. Didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just, I swear.
I was surprised when that question was sent to me, because I thought you guys
The perils of continual development.
I'm going to go look at that after this, because I am convinced that I'm not having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss-specific reliquary keys, and those gave the boss uniques, and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
The question was sent to me by Juices, I was like, I'm going to take their word from that one. So.
Maybe something slipped up and something went wrong. Yeah, I'm going to go look at it after this. Because again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now, but I don't trust my short-term memory anymore, so that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
The final-ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown filters because they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, you can never compete with like influence modifiers or other random where you can jam things together. It's the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about now a few times in the past. Like it's always been a thing. Like how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is. The memory strains are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which, I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just that it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through, and, the memory strains was our kind of way of trying to achieve that, and as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better, but, and I understand that that's like, they're from originated maps, not like game-wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favour of one versus the other. That being said, like, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this, like dreaming about it, daydreaming, about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like, maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like, that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game is called Ruthless.
Maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's the first time in the Q&A, calm down. No, I mean, it's technically right, but can solve that, but the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because, like, quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit weird and complicated about it. That point of how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, oh man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and 50 times better.
One of the things that, again, this is something that was discussed and not going with 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing it is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows are generally going to be showing you just like, effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that even going to compete as well? So then even
ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete on this one.
Yeah, so again, there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident. Sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like itemization of the in-game system is just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time.
I 100% want
to use tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something. Those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good. Yeah,
we'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence through combat stuff, like other things are one is it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having more really low roll stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weird. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously they're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualified items for that point as well. Is this something you think along these lines, like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeing the idea of something else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
Kind of goes back to your previous comment about trying to make more more meaningful tinks, I guess. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loop to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then, you know, or the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff. It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just really tricky, for sure. And you know,
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loop, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics has been, that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? And like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loop topics to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics. So
you always start with the...
I hit the line that I was pushing for.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are...
of course, 100%. Yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique. Oh, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream. The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used on a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel. It doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like say a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel. And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
Is it like add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier? I want to modify from these two types and then to this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth, yeah.
Great!
But how cool is that? I love that. I am excited about that.
And like, it's
cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and have this one design this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. That's underselling it, but I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was it just something that happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content of the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then how did I agree with design?
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that's a good base, but you need a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, you know, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, oh, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like Best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where like there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of it was a thing where like this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on like normally you think okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like I don't really care about that, but then you're like, yeah, but what if when the mirages spawn, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore, and then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on, and I actually think it's, I mean, I just, like, if you want to just get to in-game, go to in-game, it's still your choice, you don't have to, but for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that you know, they fall in the game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the in-game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing, like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or something like that. You know, things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So when they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league, kind of even if we're over level. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. You know, just like you'll be able to take it or leave it. Yeah, even if you're a player who normally does them all, or
check the mechanics, check the wish. Do it or move on.
Yeah.
So,
which is sometimes unique. And
a detail I wanted to make sure was known is so the mirage in the I call it the overworld or the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
okay.
But the mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you recreated, does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpha as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like, there's just extra monsters.
I like how you were so over-leveled.
Yeah, true.
yeah, I think I was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently. Since like Act 1, it's been like, oh man, I've got to skip over a few zones. And I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of you know, the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like when you have a circle, you have a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle is an unwalkable space. The way that the area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space, which means on a map-by-map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you saw that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Our programmers put a lot of work into that, so they did a good job.
And even then you've got, now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on, if I'm in like, say, toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start.
Yes. You guys are getting good at this. Anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know. By doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next week for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this. I feel like I've noticed that. And there's that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes.
Another really minor thing for them now. Another really minor thing is the minimap in the Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome. It's like little things like that.
It is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So, you know, you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway, but, you know.
That's my memory, maybe.
Bit of it, we're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays.
It's a funnily weird funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage, you pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage, and you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just works.
Made me feel really suspicious. Like there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh, yeah, what if I kill Piety here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs, don't get me wrong. Like, there was a bug where, like, if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move. That's not particularly good.
I was running into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing up pretty well. You have higher level polish a week out than usually. That's good. I've noticed. So, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because we, by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussed. I loved our. Generally, our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they just run until we, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark, we probably should have gone home.
Sun's rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on, but then those guys just were cranking from the get-go, like,
awesome.
And as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. You need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious, like that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games especially. It can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? It gets a bit crazy. So as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when, especially with passion projects, because you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on. I'm going to see the live stream for the other game. I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I
get to
go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, sitting amongst the other designers, we're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you weren't before. So yeah, they're all cool. But getting off Mirage. I know we talked about some stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing with it. You mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game thing with the boss?
Well, the whole map is in a row.
Wait, what is one of the... So we can honestly look at it, but also have a few things that are technically not legal mechanics, like into the map boss, and it will cause it to have some... You know how, like, when you free essence monsters, there's effects going on, maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that, so it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like, it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing, so you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
So the reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
I was going to ask, because you've got this whole, like, it's juicing the other mechanics, it's doubling the other mechanics, and adding extra monsters to your maps. Like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual league mechanics still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so
the gem coins.
Kind of slip that in there as well.
New gems.
Yeah, that's interesting. Don't know what to make that one
it's
pretty well.
at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the items and at odds with other +1 level of quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's being excessive.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill and can only roll with those. And it's also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you couldn't get that, which isn't particularly good.
Use the red one on there for a while.
Well, Elite Damage Attacks is also red, and you can roll Wild Strike. Sorry, what's the... Is Elemental Attacks the modern name?
Ed West.
But regardless, like, there are, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, alright. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels like, I found this sword, and it's like, just a big pile of rust, let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the gym coin and get all the rest off. It's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot of things like silver gym caches and gold gym caches. And
that's at all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like packs. So there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, pretty good loot generally. Rare items, maybe currency, maybe gift cards, all various things.
Sounds like a juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. There's so much, I love the amount of level of detail going on, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that? How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick. I don't need this.
I'm gonna. I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like
obviously.
Yeah, I guess that's saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You could just multiply quantum rarity, get it. But it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Mm-hmm. Something I've seen in chat, just kind of like butting here between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. I think it was like was this the one that was, it's coming sometime?
Look, it's still on the list. It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation.
It kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like, it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think. And it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And it's just at the end of the day, value and resources, and that's it, really. That's all there is to it. So,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely.
Yeah,
it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like, I kind of.
We will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying we're going to do stuff because that's. Yeah, people want a time. What does that mean? There's no time. It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when something we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it. We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different two projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. We'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that 4P1, we'll hire more, we'll give them the resources they need. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it. We'll just keep going forward. So, yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So.
All right, I just want to say, though, I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the reliquarian. Okay, and commit to changing its passives every single look.
Okay, yes, that's committing to that is extra work. But, Relic Quarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like we have all these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league, whatever, to like cut down work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to like this is going to change every time because it means we can do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch,
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascent, this is
this is addition.
Psalm has a second Ascendancy now.
How long did the Psalm come out?
God, like
Before
18 years ago.
So 13 years or something, probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now, it's a third class. No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then we're like, ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that, I think. It's probably what
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And,
it's 20 days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, So, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes. It might be better for casters here, or attackers here, or summoners here, or
so for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it? Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that. And it has to pass the cool threshold, and in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough, we're doing it. It's all good.
Alright, so the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off of the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like, I'm not just like, one skill or a little bit of buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested, but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's a lot of things contributing there. Is this something you'd like to kind of keep doing? You've been kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
We're consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent.
It's good. For 329, and a thing that's come up, and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, early game as well, at some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring. Or has its woes. We know the deal. So being able to go back and look at, there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma kind of been a lot of, I'm sure there's some people that love it, and it's not to say we're going to like eradicate it, But ideally for the next one, we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills, but that's something on our current, list of things, so we'll see how that goes, but, and then, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. So there will definitely be more attention to that, even if it's just for me wanting to do it, in an extra few hours after my normal work day or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully too. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like transfigures are kind of like hitting the mark. They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And, is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigures right away, or is it something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that's
like it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because we, I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that they get released with the transfigured variant.
Yeah.
But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill, like the player might choose as their main, main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating skills launch. It seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, sure, well, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill. So I think it's a place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like.
Achei desses. Mas sei lá o que eu vou fazer. Tá a fim de Nossa, vai ser tão ridículo isso. Não quer ser solteiro depois dos 30? Tô quase nos 40. Porra, número 1. Porra. Porra de pimentos. Fala em português. Pra ele. Foda-se. Ai, o que que eu jogo? Caralho, Hatch. Aí tá pegando muito. Não, não tô pegando um pé suficiente, pelo jeito. Puta que pariu. Nossa, R$ 1.100. Vai se fuder. Como esse tipo, povo tem esse dinheiro pra gastar à toa? No que? Nessa merda aqui. R$ 2.000 por duas caixas de cartinha. Vai se fuder. Eu tô 15 mil numa carta. Vai se fuder. Pô, por que você tá mostrando preço de book? É. Foda-se. Ué? Ué? Aí o Pet Note, sabe? O pior de tudo, que esse tem um portal bonito e tem um hideout, né? Aí é feio de tudo. Não, pera que tá errado. Aí. Zero. Ah, 240 se for comprar esse último, né, caralho? Os pacotes core, eles voltaram a chegar pro Brasil? Pra que mais faz? Não vai usar? Que a gente usa do tempo? Sempre? Ah, você não recebeu. Caralho. Acho que é essa hora que sim, né? É, Luca. Viu? Sim. Nossa, minha cama tá toda bagunça. É vocês que bagunçam essa cama. Cadê a caninha? Ah, caninha. Não? É. Tá. Ai. Você falou assim? É. Coisa fofa. Ela tá querendo sair do copo. Já tá aí. Já tá aí, então. Tá no. É, tá editando. Já. Será saiu Patch Notes? Não. O que salvava no Xbox era o tio Phil. Que delícia. Caralho. Tadinho. Minha frase favorita é vá tomar no seu cu. Melhor amigo do Gui aí. Ela vai conseguir jogar? Ela tá nesse nível? Ah, porra. Mas você é burra, né? Você chora na hora. Você para, você vai no banheiro e chora. Porque se for pra chorar, tem que ser chorar remunerado, né? Ah, eu sinceramente. Foda-se. Sou PJ, isso não me afeta em porra nenhuma. Minha vida já é uma merda mesmo. Opa, saiu. Saiu o Patch Notes. Mas não saiu em português. Ah, eu não tinha entendido. As Awakening vão sair. Merda. Pera, vamos ver. Importante. Ali, Opa, foi bufado o rio. Holy Hell que tá de boa. Tem nada de Lightning Strike. Continua uma bosta. Não tem nada de Ciclone. Fora um Animated Guardian. Ah, não faz pergunta difícil. Olha, tem um buff no Detonate Dead. Cadê o Serafim? Nossa, nerfaram esse Sheriff. Que bosta. Caralho, bufaram Penance Brand. Caralho, esses caras são meio. Bufaram Penance Brand. Tá, nerfaram apenas Brain of Dissipation. Nossa, bufaram bem Stormbrand, hein? Ixi, já tava. Ainda nerfaram. Hum. Nossa. Por que eles estão bufando esse negócio de reflete, hein? Por que eles estão bufando coisa de reflete? Porra! Agora que eles fizeram essa mudança, vai se fuder. Vocês já botaram o roeto no gato. nada muito. Eles mexerem em Absolution, Diego. E no Domination Blow. Foi o que eu vi que eles mexeram de Minion. Holy Relic, eles. A única coisa que eles mexeram foi buffaram o Rio, né? Cada porradinha dela. Vai curar o dobro. E é isso. Tirar esses mod arrombado. Ah, não vi isso. Aqui, né? Coliseu, tchau. Worship, tchau. Academy, tchau. Céus, tchau. Céus, tchau pra caralho. Toxic Sewer, tchau. Fire Force Man. Nossa, Channel, tchau. Nossa, Nossa, Gleice, essa aí é chato, mas. Tem não também lá dentro. Desert Spring, tchau. Próximo agora é. Quem que volta? Vai. Quem? Slayer, Bog. Wood River. Orph. Nossa, Cage, que bosta. Vai The Lair, Courthouse, Graveyard, Garden. Only. Ah, deram uma nerfadinha, né? Porque eles tiraram os teaser, né? Eu acho que eu li tudo que é importante, né? Aqui não adianta nem eu ler. Vou entender. Ai, caralho, eu não prestei atenção na hora que eles falaram isso. Ah, foda-se. Harbinger é chato pra caralho. Beleza. Nossa, eles vão deletar as paradas. Eita, não vai ter mais aquele cintão do Harbinger, né? Ah, olha que fia. Não tinha prestado atenção nisso também. Nossa, mais um motivo pra não pisar naquela cidade. Agora, pra pegar cães, você tem que pegar Azores. Vai se fuder. É. Ê, rapaz, fudeu. Vai-se de base um farm. Vai-se de base dois farm, né? O farm de besta e o farm de farmar missão do Kirak. Nossa, que bosta isso aqui, hein? Foi-se de base mais uma besta. Uma das poucas que valia. Ah, pô, esquece farma besta. Ok. A gente pegar Fullborn item. Nossa, vai tomar no. Já é um saco o tanto que vem. Ainda vai dobrar. Vem com a bosta do caralho. Eita porra. Ok. O Gen não vem mais cluster nem abyss. Nossa, isso aqui já é uma merda. Aí põe uma parada que nerfa exatamente o que todo mundo usa, que é o Svale. Fudeu. Já é uma mecânica merda. Tô bem, né? Sei lá. Ah, aquele negócio, né? Eu tô sem, tenho que jogar. Fudeu. Até o dia 27 a gente joga essa bosta. Pior que tá dando uma vontadezinha de jogar de Sion, a relicária. Dá uma olhadinha por cima se eu li tudo já. Li tudo assim, li tudo que importa. De onde que é esse gato feio mesmo? De qual suporte? Ah, é desse aqui o gato feio. Sou programador. Se eu vejo um C separado, pra mim é um if. Acabou. Uma condição. Sabor. Não. E eu que sou estressado. Tá bom, TikTok. Quer me parar de mandar fancam dela? Caralho. Ai, foda-se você. Que bosta. Ah, cara, sabe? Esse speech com o rabo e a orelha eu não. Eu quero saber por que ela só faz as coisas nos pinico. Hã? Gelador? Ferrari. Quando tá entendendo 100%? Tirar na sua resta. Oi. Sabe o que você tá fazendo? Era a graxa, parecia doce de leite. Xi. Ah, Nightmare até 17. Tá, deixa eu ver se eu jogo alguma coisa, vai. À vontade. Jogo. bosta, hein? Todo mundo falando mal da porra do. Porra. Tá, desanimei de ver essa porra. Caralho, o Dark Souls 3 não roda em monitor wide. Wide. Que filha da puta. Eu não vou arriscar tacar um mod e tomar ban lá, não. Ah, só vou parar.